live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, November 3rd, 2025. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Marquez and Selena Saloom. Commissioner Olguin, would you like to introduce our Pledge of Allegiance speaker for today?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So today we have with us students from Desert Wind School who are going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I do want to thank Ms. Schwartz, Ms. Ruan, and Principal Carrillo for all that they did to make it possible for the students to join us. Good morning, students. How are you?
Hi,
Thank you for leading us in the pledge.
ready for you.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Appreciate you. Have a
Smiling
wonderful
faces,
day. I love your smiles and excitement.
Thank you.
And now we will receive an invocation by David Marcus, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this opening message this morning. Members of our nonprofit, Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, include members who are deeply religious, as well as many who choose not to practice any faith at all. We are truly representative of both our community and our nation. The one common thread that ties us all together is our support of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, protecting those freedoms we sometimes take for granted: freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to peaceably assemble and petition the government, and of course, freedom of religion, to practice or not to practice any faith you choose. We've been coming to Commissioners Court to deliver opening messages for almost 10 years. We delivered the first secular message in the state of Texas to the El Paso City Council in December 2014. We've read poems, we've given inspirational messages and stories that attempted to make your morning just a bit more inclusive, all while doing our part to emphasize the concept of church-state separation from government. Today, I'm led more by my own fears for our country than I am inspired to leave you with an opening message. I recognize these are uncertain and challenging times for our country. As events continue to unfold, we want our elected leaders to continue to reaffirm their commitment to stability, compassion, and clear communication. We want you to focus on supporting our community through this period. Our country is facing a moment of deep division and unrest, with the imminent collapse of some of our very safety nets designed to protect the most vulnerable in our community, along with the rest of our nation. Many in El Paso are feeling anxious, fearful, or uncertain about what comes next. As one politician put it so succinctly last week, it's time to stop arguing about our differences over the dinner table or what language we're speaking, and to start worrying about putting food on the dinner table. In light of the current political developments and the effect they are having on our El Paso community, we are looking towards your leadership to continue to closely monitor the situation, prioritizing the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens, neighbors, and family. History does provide us with a script, if you will, to understand what's happening in our country, its effect on the rest of the world, as well as what this will mean for the citizens of our country. We only need to look to the past. In that past, you'll find one commonality, one truth. If a leader attempts to lead by denigrating over half its citizens, if they lead by encouraging their followers to hate those who look different than they do, or don't practice the one faith their leadership agenda expects them to force on everyone and everyone else, they will not only fail, but in the process will destroy the very nation they purport to lead. There are dozens of examples. You only need to look to Germany in the 1930s for perhaps the worst case for leading by hate in the 20th century. Our country is at a crossroads, and while the challenges before us are great, so too is our collective strength. It's time to stop debating our own differences of opinion. It's time to focus together on the one change that will assure we leave our children and our grandchildren a country, a home to be proud of. Let's remember our shared humanity and the importance of standing together in empathy, dialogue, and peace. In times such as these, it is unity, understanding, and courage that guide us forward. Together, we can shape a future grounded in respect and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Have a wonderful day and the whole week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Judge, would you like to make some opening comments before we start with the agenda?
Please, I was checking on one thing. Okay. No, thank you very much for being here on behalf of myself and commissioners. We thank you for being here at Commissioners Court. Just wanted to do a shout out for the Halloween activities that we had last Friday. Pretty amazing. It was probably one of the busiest. The children coming in. Thank every department, HR for everything that they did to make it happen. I feel it's sort of very helpful for parents to be able to come here and maybe not have to go out at night, and makes it a lot safer. It's a controlled environment. I was talking to Betsy about, okay, we got to get ready for next year because it's become extremely popular and we want to keep it going. And every office is decorated and all the candy that was given out, we thank you for that. And also the altar, on Thursday we have that opening. It was amazing what they've done there. It's still going to be, I was checking on the date, I think it's November 24th. It'll be here during that time, so you're still welcome to come see it. It's pretty amazing. So, and just want to wish all of you a great day and a wonderful week, and make it very productive and make it very safe for everyone. So thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4Y. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for discussion?
Anyone? No? No? I'll move to approve.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open. Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 5 is public comment. We do have one speaker signed up for public comment. We have Miss Elizabeth Crawford. Just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We are approaching the anniversary of Kristallnacht, November 9th and 10th, the night of broken glass, the German pogrom against the Jews, when the Nazis broke glass, burned Jewish synagogues, vandalized cemeteries, bringing in the horror of the Holocaust. I got to visit the El Paso Holocaust Museum a few months ago. It was sobering beyond words to see many of the exhibits. I remember as a kid reading The Hiding Place, the story of a Dutch Christian family who harbored Jews in their home, and it cost them their lives. In May 2015, the city of El Paso introduced the sister city status with Hadera, Israel. One of the anticipated benefits of this relationship was shared ideas regarding water treatment, irrigation, and agriculture. That resolution was challenged in the November 2023 City Council meeting with the Middle East conflict raging. However, to my understanding, that sister city relationship is still intact. In the Hebrew scriptures in Isaiah is an absolutely beautiful passage. Isaiah 35, the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice even with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given unto it, the excellency of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord and the excellency of our God. The ultimate fulfillment of that prophecy is yet future, yet to some extent, as we see the desert blooming in Israel, to a small extent, is a foretaste of what will one day be. As we look at the news day after day and see the news out of the Middle East, we're tempted to think that only hatred and violence exist. But there are exceptions. There are beautiful exceptions. Among other examples, in Iran is reportedly a super rapidly growing number of Christians. Though they know it may cost them their lives, these Iranian Christians are learning to live across the massive cultural divides, to love Jewish people, and even to love the Iranians who are persecuting them for having turned from identifying as Muslim to being Christians. God is not finished with his work in the Middle East. I have a friend who, when I lament that things are falling apart, is quick to remind me that no, things are falling together according to the divine plan. One of the precious passages in the Tanakh, what we would call the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, Zechariah 12, and I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplication, and they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as one mourns for his only son. They will look on that one who, according to Isaiah 53 of the Hebrew Scriptures, was wounded for our transgressions and was bruised for our iniquities. Another beautiful passage looking forward to the future of Israel and the surrounding Arabic nations. And 19, again from the Hebrew Scriptures. In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptian shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance. As the current peace deal is fragile and perhaps even crumbling, and the situation often looks bleak, we can know from Holy Scripture that one day a repentant and restored Israel will be blessed and will be the blessing to all nations that she has been called to be. Thank you, and hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Have a good day.
Okay, that completes all the speakers signed up for public comment. Item 6, presentation. 6A, receive a presentation, discuss and take appropriate action regarding an interlocal agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority on the Medical Center of America's Placemaking Guidelines Project.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We have Raymond Tejas with the CRMA with us this morning. I just wanted to give a little bit of background. The purpose of this item is for the court to have a discussion and provide staff with direction regarding a proposed agreement with the CRMA to have them develop placemaking design guidelines for the area surrounding the medical centers of the Americas. So this would be for Texas Tech, UMC, Children's, the bridge over Reynolds, that area, and I know there's a map in the presentation for the court to consider. The Commissioner Stout brought this to my office and asked that we place this on the agenda. The total project cost is about $340,000, and we're being asked to consider being one of 5 partners and to pay right around $68,000 for a share of this cost. The other partners would be UMC, Children's Hospital, City of El Paso, and Texas Tech. And again, we'll go over the boundaries. And the result of the project would be a set of design guideline recommendations for the future improvements in and around this area. This today, we're just asking for the court to provide staff direction on. If you are interested, we'd want to work with legal on the proposed agreement and bring it back for your final approval. And we would have to identify a funding source.
Thank you. Commissioner Stott?
Yeah,
you have some
thanks.
additional
Real quick,
comments?
before we hear from Mr. Tejas, good morning. I think this may have been discussed with some of the members of the court previously, and I think, Judge, maybe you have some comments also to make, but I asked Betsy to put it on the agenda so that we can just have the discussion and consider this. I know that we're in a budget review process that's leading up to next year, and we're going to have to make really hard choices regarding what our community needs are, how we can address them, and how to balance those needs with things like state caps and losing funding from the federal government. But we also, I think, have a commitment to, as a community partner, to at least consider these types of items, in this case, to improve the look and feel of a critical public space, the component institutions of the MCA footprint. So I know that there may be some questions. I have a couple of questions as well, but let's go ahead and go through the presentation, Mr. Tejas, and then we'll ask questions if that's okay, Judge.
Okay, perfect. Welcome, Raymond.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Raymond Tejas with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority. So you'll have to bear with me. We were expecting someone from the Chamber of Commerce to be here, who was the initial entity that put this group together and really spearheaded this initiative. So if you'll bear with me, I'll try to wing it through their part of the presentation. So really, as I understood it, the Chamber's intent through their El Paso Mobility Coalition was to look at the MCA, and in their review of the MCA, they recognized that it could look a lot better coming in and out of that area. So what you see here is a quote regarding first impressions. Really, the point here is to simply say we have control over that area and we could make it look a lot better. This is a listing of the various investments made in the medical center area, and everything from the School of Medicine all the way down to the Fox Cancer Center, which is, of course, the most recent announcement, and everything in between, the dental school, the nursing school, and everything that you see there. So as you know, this community has made a real investment in this area. And yet, despite that, you'll see these quotes from our Congresswoman, from our former state representative, from a local CEO of the Westar Bank. And the last one is the one, as I understand it, the Chamber was most focused on, and that was a dental student who was noting how, coming into the area, you want to convey quality from the onset of the patient's experience, and you're just not seeing that at this time. And I'm sorry I can't give you more background on it, but this is what I understand from the Chamber. That's what started this initiative. And so from there, the Chamber started looking at what has been done for aesthetic improvements and wayfinding and that sort of thing. They found a collaboration between TxDOT, MCA, and Texas Tech. This was back in 2014. Some initial plans were developed to improve the area and advance the community. Here are some notable public entrances to be used as examples. And I should mention also, my understanding is that the initiative originally started with the Reynolds Overpass. The idea was they wanted to focus on a grander entrance into the MCA through Reynolds. So these are some of the ideas that were given. Through the El Paso Mobility Coalition, through the Chamber, various stakeholders were brought together, the city, the county, UMC, Children's, all of the folks that Ms. Keller mentioned, plus other stakeholders in the area were brought together to discuss this idea. Several meetings were held, and the group felt that this was a worthy initiative to advance. And in addition to that, they wanted to identify a set of guidelines for future aesthetic developments in the area. That's wayfinding, that's walking paths, shared use paths, that sort of thing. What would it look like, and what, as a community, the MCA could look like as a unified campus? So it expanded a little bit from simply the Reynolds Overpass to the entire MCA area, and really the point of the initiative became the development of a set of guidelines so that when future entities, when entities developed their future improvements, whether it's Texas Tech, UMC, Children's, or any of the other major entities in the area, when they developed those improvements, they wanted to have that uniform look. They wanted to make sure that the entire area looked like a singular campus. So that's what the discussion moved to. So that's when the RMA got involved. As you know, the Regional Mobility Authority is a Transportation Authority. We're able to do any and everything related to transportation projects, so this falls within our jurisdiction. What we were asked to look at was potentially engaging a consultant to create a place-making plan. And so you see the intent there, and some of which I've talked about. Develop a unified aesthetic, identify wayfinding and other improvements, and potential funding sources as well. So that's what we did. We went out and brought on one of our general engineering consultant teams. In this case, it was HNTB, and we've asked them to put together a scope of work. We worked with that stakeholder group that I mentioned before to narrow in on what that scope of work would look like, and that's how we got to where we are today. So generally, you see on the right-hand side a very rough estimate of what the project limits would look like, but it should be noted it's intended to really cover all of the MCA, so it's a little bit more grand than that. Ms. Keller mentioned the 5 partners as well. So that's the city, the county, Texas Tech, UMC, and the Children's Hospital. So the idea there is that each of those stakeholders would put in about $68,000, and we would be able to develop this guideline document for everyone. I mentioned we brought on HNTB to provide that support, and each of the project partners would sit on a committee that would guide the development of this work. So if you all participate, I think in either event, you all will provide input as the plans are developed. So the idea is that the RMA brings on HNTB, we meet with this committee regularly, and subject to the guidance of the committee, we develop the guidelines along the way. So the steps for this particular plan include everything you see there. So we'll review all the completed plans first. And that's, I mentioned the TxDOT plan that was originally developed. The MCA has obviously various plans in the area. The city has some improvement plans. I mentioned TxDOT for this particular initiative, but also there are some highway improvement plans that could be rolled in as well. So they'll synthesize everything that's out there today and review existing conditions as well. So it's really kind of a where are we right now? And then from there, we'll develop a shared vision and set goals for the plan, and that'll be driven by the committee that I mentioned before. We will create the design guidelines, everything that you see there. And then that fourth bullet is really important. We begin identifying funding and partnership opportunities for future design and construction activities. So that's looking at grant programs, that's looking at areas where we could pull down funds to start to implement some of the improvements that are identified through the placemaking plan. And then the last item was an optional item that the stakeholders felt was really important, and that is to develop a preliminary grant application. So at the end of this project, the committee said, well, we don't want just another plan that goes on a shelf. We want some actionable item, and that's what you see there. So part of the scope of work for HNTB, and that you see in the draft interlocal that's included as part of your backup, is a deliverable that provides preliminary grant application documentation that any of us, whether it's the city, the county, any of the partners, could use to go out and seek funding for an initial plan. So that's the most actionable item out of the scope of work. Here's some highlights on the scope itself. We think it's going to take about 12 months of work from the issuance of notice to proceed. It will include various meetings with the committee for the review and input that we discussed a little while ago. And then those are the deliverables. We'll do a technical memo to identify what's out there today. We'll do a vision and goals report, then a recommendations report, and then develop the design guidelines. And then lastly, it's the grant support materials that I mentioned as well. So to date, the City of El Paso, we're presenting to City Council tomorrow for their approval. The agreement has been negotiated with staff, so we're taking that agreement to City Council tomorrow. Texas Tech has executed an interlocal with the RMA. University Medical Center, they've also negotiated and signed the interlocal, and El Paso Children's Hospital has also negotiated and signed the interlocal. So each of those, so I would say 3 of the 5 proposed project partners have executed the agreement, and again, as I mentioned, we're going to City Council tomorrow to receive, hopefully, approval from them. So if the County Commissioners Court approves this today, we will then, as I understand it, begin negotiating and hopefully execute an interlocal agreement with you all. At that point, we will have executed all 5 interlocal agreements. I should mention also, Each of these interlocal agreements and the work authorization with HNTB will go to the Regional Mobility Authority Board next Wednesday for approval. And so as soon as we can negotiate an interlocal agreement with El Paso County, we should be able to execute all those agreements and issue a notice to proceed and begin work. And again, as I mentioned there, that last point is simply to note that the first step would be to schedule a kickoff meeting with the planning committee. So I think that's all that I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's the proposed plan.
Mr. Stout?
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Tellez, for the presentation. My first question is, why isn't the MCA contributing?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I think I saw someone from the chamber. I'll ask Mr. Ortega to come up to the podium. I will tell you that the MCA was asked to participate, but I couldn't tell you much more about that.
Welcome, Steve.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We did ask the MCA, and they simply don't have the funds to participate. I believe their allocation from El Paso Electric ends in 2030, and they're tapped out. But of all the entities we asked, they were the only ones that did not participate. Regardless, I think this is a slam dunk, no-brainer type of plan. We as a community over the last 20 years have bet big time on this part of our community in terms of location and of economy. And it's not befitting of the type of investment that we've made to have the entrance look the way it does. Andrea Tani, who worked at Texas Tech, would say when she would bring in doctor recruits to El Paso, she would take a way around because the entrance just wasn't something that she wanted to project on behalf of the community. So I wish the MCA was participating. They're not. Regardless, we have a handful of entities that are willing to step up to the plate, and hopefully the county will as well.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to ask, what in your opinion are going to be the public benefits? I mean, you kind of have gone over it a little bit aside from the general aesthetics of the MCA footprint, is it going to tie into the neighborhoods, make it easier for residents to find and access the MCA and the hospital campus or the footprint institutions? Can you delve into that a little more?
I think, and I don't know, Raymond, if the quote from the Texas Tech student was on there, but I think his quote says it all, Commissioner Stout. Yeah, the dental student. When you're entering into a medical experience, you want to have the projection of quality from your first step forward. And right now, our first step, going over that Reynolds overpass, it doesn't project quality for the patient, for the community. And in terms of the bar that we're setting for El Paso, we can either have low bars or high bars. And so to answer your question about the neighborhood, that will also include wayfinding and pedestrian finding, not only for the students, but also for the neighborhood members. And we're happy to convene you and the city council representative, Dr. Acevedo, just to make sure that the neighborhoods are involved and the associations are involved as the plan moves forward.
Thank you. And then one last question. There's a planning committee. If we get into this and throw skin in the game, or am I going to be able to be part of the planning committee? Because in past projects with the Mobility Coalition, my office has kind of been iced out. So I want to make sure that if I'm voting to provide funding, that I'm at the table.
Yes, sir. My understanding is that each of the project partners would have representatives on that committee, and I'm assuming as the representative for that area, you would be on that committee. But ultimately, that's a question for this group, not for me.
Yeah. One of the things I really liked is that right now it's sort of isolated. You have Texas Tech, you've got different, the Children's Hospital, but we've never seen it as one big area. And I think if individuals coming from out of town or coming from Juarez or Mexico, that they feel that sense of unity, that it's all there. We've got so many things to offer, including the Paisano, where they did the children's cancer and that extension. It just seems like it'd be such a great place to be able to showcase it as one, not as individuals. And so that's what I started getting excited about, having that. And also, there's little trivia things that people tell me about, like Cintron telling me bringing a doctor in to get interviewed. and coming in through that overpass, and really doesn't show that first impression that you've talked about, not showing like this is what we have, and that it's sort of a little uncomfortable until they're able to get to the hospital because of the entrance. And so I think it's something that we could sort of almost dignify to be able to have that kind of presence here in El Paso. One of our pillars, obviously, is healthcare. You know, we talk about, you know, different things like aerospace, but healthcare is a big one for us. It can generate revenue. We can get more individuals coming in from out of El Paso to be able to get taken care of there, get care there at the hospitals. So I just see it as one unity, and I think this would really bring it all together. And of course, it would benefit the areas around there, the residential areas around there would benefit just by the nature of creating that economic development kind of focus. So thank you very much.
And I just want to add that, you know, I'm generally supportive. I talk a lot about county spending money in my district, and this is an area where we can make that happen, and it's not a lot, and it may have some benefits for sure. So, you know, I ask these questions because I think it's important to ask them, but I am supportive of the project.
Absolutely. You always have been, so.
Betsy, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, are we looking at economic impact funds as a potential source of funding, or what is it that we're looking at?
That would be one of the options, Commissioner, is either the Economic Impact Fund. We could also look to see if we have any funding left from the arts funding. Those are a couple options that we've been talking about internally.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Coronado?
I'm all for this project. I'd like to see a little more emphasis on the native landscape and in trees. I saw some of the proposals or some of the pictures, but I'd like a little more focus, to see more focus on that kind of issues. I mean, on the other ones, I didn't see a whole lot of trees around those entrances, but I think, you know, the court has kind of pretty made known that we want all projects to include some kind of, you know, native landscape and trees, so.
I'm absolutely in agreement with you, and I believe we have that in the scope for HNTB, but I'll confirm. And if it's not, I'll make sure it's in there.
Mm-hmm. And Betsy, I like the idea of including the Arts Commission, because, you know, they can contribute to what they're trying to accomplish as one of the items. So, Commissioner Butler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for bringing this to the court. I'm deeply supportive of the MCA, its mission and vision. The MCA as an organization and as a campus. Before I came to the county, I was the senior director of operations there for 5 years. So I sat through a lot of campus planning meetings, board meetings, discussions with UMC and Texas Tech, all of the campus partners about how we bring that campus together. Emma Schwartz, formerly Emma Schwartz, was the biggest champion of that area that you can imagine. She was constantly trying to talk to TxDOT about the overpass and the wonderful view that we have of I-10 from the Cardwell Collaborative. So I am fully supportive of any placemaking initiatives there. I know when I was there that the MCA had gone through at least 2 master planning processes for the campus, both that were privately funded as well as through EDA grants. And we had everybody at the table, including the San Juan Neighborhood Association, EPISD. Now we have the Texas, the UT Houston School of Public Health. That's a big part of that campus. Have you all talked to those partners as well?
I believe we have.
Commissioner Butler, we had Dr. Ginger Pineda attend some of the meetings, as well as, I'm trying to remember the director at the University of Houston School, but she had directed Dr. Pineda to participate in the meetings. And so she did participate in some of the initial meetings, and moving forward, they're more than welcome to be at the table.
Okay, great. I want to make sure that if this moves forward, that it's an inclusive process. I understand the MCA is a nonprofit organization and may not have the money to infuse into the process now, but it has invested a lot
Yes.
of money
And
into
we invited all those
master
folks.
planning.
Okay, and to include neighborhood associations, University of Houston,
Yeah.
MCA, city, county, children's, Texas Tech. If you have additional names, we're more than happy to take them, but we ourselves took the initiative to do this.
That's great. So they'll also be included in the planning process, even if they don't
Absolutely, all are
pay
welcome.
towards it?
Yeah,
Okay.
all are welcome.
I agree that MCA is the economic engine of this region. I fully believe that from the bottom of my heart. And I think, when I was at the MCA, we were even thinking about a TERS with the city, but that's really hard because everybody there is a government or nonprofit or higher ed, so that doesn't generate any funding. What I would like to see is at least an effort to look back at the master plans that have been developed. I understand the campus has changed. A lot of property has switched ownership over the last couple of years. But a lot of it was very pedestrian focused, making sure that there's wayfinding and placemaking, and those kinds of things don't need to be redone if you can utilize some of that work that's already been.
I'll let Raymond speak to that because he's done that.
Yes, ma'am, that's the first task, is to look at all of the plans that were developed anywhere near the area
Yeah.
and synthesize those as we move forward. And so that'll be presented to the committee in terms of what had been developed to date, what could still be pulled from those, and that sort of thing. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it would seem to me that there might be some cost savings there. If you don't have to redo everything from scratch, you can use what is good and still valid and valuable for the plan and not have to pay for a brand new one.
Potentially,
entirely.
sure. If there are sections that you could literally pull out from an older plan and drop into this new one, then that would save time and resources from the new one. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Okay. I also think, even if organizations like the MCA can't pay a large fee towards this, was it even negotiated, like a smaller fee for a nonprofit?
No, we didn't. So we
Okay.
thought that all should be out and at an equal price. So that's the way we're moving forward. The lady from University of Houston is Dr. Kathy Mena. She's the one who put forth Dr. Pineda.
Yeah, Christy Mena. I guess for me, it really depends on the funding source for this. As Commissioner Stout mentioned, we're in a really dire and tight budget situation as a county. We talk about this every Monday. And I feel very confident and comfortable that UMC and the hospital district is a key partner in this. I think we are tied directly to UMC, and it's very appropriate for them to be invested in this because that's the healthcare asset for our community, and their part of their mission is the campus and capital improvement of that campus. But if it comes to using general funds, I think it's more appropriate for UMC to bear that cost than the county.
Ruben, any additional comments, Ruben, from?
While he's coming up here real quickly, I just wanted to say, I would much rather the funding come out of the Economic Development Fund. I think that's what this should be for. I don't want to take money away from the arts that we have worked really hard to try to put towards creative and support. And I know this has some type of artistic, may have some,
Placemaking.
placemaking issues, but this is going to be the guidelines, not actual paying for a piece of artwork, right? So I don't think it should come from the arts funding.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, Commissioners, one more thing. We may have an opportunity coming up. There's a bid that's already that was submitted to us and should be coming up pretty soon that we might be able to take advantage of having some additions to that work that's being proposed on the digital signage, that we might be able to take advantage in some of this project and to have a fund, obviously, that continues to, bring revenue without any expense to us to dedicate to the maintenance or maybe even part of the funding. So just throwing that out.
Commissioner Ruben?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Ruben Vogt, the Chief Advocacy Officer for the Hospital District. And we are one of the partners that has been approached, and we're very excited to participate. I think, as has been mentioned already, the economic development that can come from what is one of our major industries in the community is so important. And we continue to grow with the growth of the Cancer Center and the geriatric clinic that UMC is set to build right off the gateway. Inherently, that area is going to continue to be a huge asset for the community. And so we're looking forward to being able to ensure that it enhances the look and feel by thinking strategically together on how do we make an entrance that really is dignified for the work that is done there by all partners, along with the overpass, but also taking into account the community and the rich asset that abuts the neighborhood. So we're very much excited to participate, to look at former plans, to see what can be taken from those, but also think strategically about where we're at today and where we're going to be in the future with all the growth that's happening. So we're very excited and completely understand the concern that the court may have in terms of the budget situation. But if the court does make the decision to participate, we're very excited to work together on this very important endeavor.
And thank you for taking the time to be here. Appreciate that. Betsy?
So we would just want direction from the court to authorize staff to work with the CRRMA on placemaking guidelines agreement that we would bring back to the court for approval using economic impact funds.
Okay.
Can I make one request? Can we ask the MCA to come and present their master planning plans here to Commissioners Court before we agree to fund anything? Just to make sure that everything is in alignment, that we're not, making plans in something that our economic development dollars have invested in as a community for 15 years now.
You'll include that as?
It's obviously it's up to the court, but the MCA has been at the table. Dr. Carlos Ortega was at the planning meetings, and they're familiar with this.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
I think what Commissioner Butler, though, you think there may be already plans that exist that we should be aware of.
There are plans that exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
And that we
just to
should
know
see
what those
those.
are. Yeah, absolutely.
It's up to the court.
So you're asking for when the item gets brought back for final approval, that at that time?
Or before, or
that?
anytime before then. We just asked for an update on what those plans have looked like.
Be nice to.
Yeah, we can work on that while we're working on the contract.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. Yeah. Raymond, thank you. Steve, thank you.
On behalf of the chamber, thank you. Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we're asking for a motion.
Oh, I thought.
I'll make the
okay.
motion.
Motion to authorize staff to negotiate a contract using economic impact funds with CRMA for placemaking guidelines project.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
Vote aye.
Yeah, mine's not coming up. I vote aye.
Motion carries.
And we'll work to get the MCA presentation before the court.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you, Steve. Ruben. Thank you.
Item 6B, receive an update from the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority regarding the Pelicano widening project.
Good morning again. So I'll launch into this. Thank you for having me back. It's been some time since we've talked about Pelicano. I do thankfully have some good news for you all, and that is one of progress. So if you don't mind, allow me a moment to go back in time and talk about how we got here before we jump into where we're headed. So as you know, the Pelicano project, this is for the benefit more for the public than certainly the court, but the Regional Mobility Authority and the county partnered some years ago to develop the design and construction activities necessary for the Pelicano project. Along the way, the contractor that we selected was unable to complete the project, so the RMA defaulted that contractor. The contractor eventually filed for bankruptcy and filed certain claims against the RMA. Those claims that were filed then derailed the RMA's pursuit of the performance bond that would require the surety company to step in and complete the project. So we've been sidelined for at least 2 years now, waiting for the surety company to step back in. The RMA initiated various lawsuits within the bankruptcy to advance that surety, those surety activities, and we've won on 2 court cases so far. Those cases have since been appealed, unfortunately. However, in the process, As you will recall, the county has agreed to upfront some funding to restart the construction activities. That was really a very important step. We were able to use those additional funds to partner with the surety company. Although the surety company is not putting in any of their own funds, they're allowing for the advancement of the project. And what I mean by that is that the remaining work that needs to get done for the Pelicano project consists of two distinct phases now. Phase one, we developed a design set of plans that effectively completes the roadway from Air Coupe headed back west towards Loop 375. And that's important because the current project, the original contractor was able to complete the eastbound section from Loop 375 out to Air Coupe. This phase one will complete the westbound segment. So we'll effectively have completed the roadway between Loop 375 and Air Coupe. And that's really important because the majority of the residents and the businesses and the schools that are in the area are along that segment. So it's a really, really important segment. So that's referred to as phase one. The county graciously agreed to front some funds for that while we continue our lawsuit against the trustee and the surety and the like. So because of that agreement that we have with the county and the surety, we've executed a new, what's referred to as a takeover agreement with the surety company that requires the surety company to go out and hire a construction contractor, which has been completed. That contractor is now on board and they've actually begun work on phase one. That's really important. I should mention too, before we get into phase one, the designs plans for phase two are currently underway as well. Those we expect to be complete in December. Once those plans are in hand, we'll take those plans to the surety company's contractor, receive pricing on it, and at that point, we will then know the total completion cost that is necessary to complete the entire project as originally designed. That will allow us then to begin negotiations with the surety company on the complete fix. As I mentioned, there are still court processes going on in the background, so we're going to continue to pursue those. So phase one design is complete, handed that over to a construction contractor through the surety. The contractor has now begun work. They have an office now on site. They've done cleanup work in the area. As you know, with the weeds and everything that happens at this time of the year, it's gotten pretty rough out there. So the contractor has done quite a bit of cleaning of the area, which is really important for the community out there. They've replaced all of the traffic control devices out there, so they're brand new, high reflectivity, cleaned, barrels are full of water. Everything is the way it's supposed to be. The contractor has done all of that. They've also begun work on the detention pond in front of the school, which is also very, very important from a safety standpoint, because that pond was originally dug by the original contractor, but it's effectively been open outside of some chain link fencing. So we've begun completing the work for that pond, which is, again, right in front of the school. So from a safety perspective, that's a really important step. That work is underway. The roadway, the work on the roadway itself will begin in December. They are completing some survey work and should be out there constructing the roadway once the pond is complete. And again, that will be in December. Oh, I should have mentioned this at the outset. Phase one will take 1 year. And so we started in September, so in September of 2026, phase one will be complete. And that entire roadway from Loop 375 to Air Coupe and Air Coupe back to 375 will be complete and operable for the community. So we're very excited about that. The 1 year timeline has begun. And I believe I've hit the highlights. Work is underway. One other really important point. Commissioner Holguin asked for some sort of a notice to go out to the residents in the area. We've developed a postcard for that. The county identified just shy of 2,000 residents within, and Commissioner Butler, I'm sorry, you're part of those conversations as well. So the commissioners asked us to put that notice out. The county provided a list of just shy of 2,000 residents and businesses in the area, roughly half a mile from the roadway, and that postcard is being developed now and should be in the mail this week, we believe. So we'll send you a copy of that once that's out in the mail. And I believe that those are the high points. I'm happy to answer any questions, but ultimately, this is a bit of good news on the Pelicano project. Progress is underway, and construction is now underway. So I'm happy to share that with you.
Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond, for the update. I think it's incredibly important that the public be as much as possible aware of the progress that we're finally going to start seeing in this project. So I'm really glad that the postcard's going to be in the mail this week. That's going to make a huge difference. But one of the other things that I had requested that I'm hoping you've had a chance to talk to the contractor about is also creating an opportunity for media to go out there maybe in December when the actual construction work will begin so that they can get film of the trucks moving, things like that. Because I think, up until now, the narrative, continues to be, right, that we're trying to get it moving, we're trying to get it moving, we're trying to get it moving. And I think we need to now change that narrative to the project is now moving. So I'm not sure if you've had a chance to talk to the contractor about that, but I think the sooner we can do that, the better, and we start changing the narrative.
Yes, ma'am. We have spoken to the contractor about that, and he's happy to do it. We do think when the roadway activities are underway, that would be the right time to do it. We're happy to revisit that if you would prefer to get out there sooner. But ultimately, the activities that are going on right now are simply the pond, which I think the public would really like to see the roadway under
Yes, no, I
construction.
agree. And if that's going to happen in December, I mean, I'm hoping for early December, not late December. But if that can happen in December, I mean, I think that's fine. That gives us about a month to get things planned. But I just think it's really important that we start that we start replacing the narrative that's out there now with the narrative of work is now being done.
Yes, ma'am. We've heard you and agree, and in December, we'll keep you posted.
Okay.
But the answer is yes.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler? No?
That's all I have for you.
Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you all.
Appreciate. Betsy, any additional comments? No? Thank you.
Judge, we'd like to go ahead and move back to public comment. We have one more speaker who would like to speak. Item 5, public comment. We have Mr. Wilfred Garza.
Welcome.
Judge,
Thank you
Commissioner,
for being here.
thank you for allowing me to come up and address you. I represent the Disabled American Vets Chapter 10, and I also represent the United American Veterans Organization of El Paso. We are the ones that are sponsoring the Veterans Day Parade this Saturday. And so I would like to give each one of you a special invite to come join us. We have a VIP section that we're on San Antonio Street. We got chairs and stuff. I'll make sure I put out a heater because it may get a little cold for you. So if I may approach,
Thank
I'll
you.
give each one of you an invitation.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
This is our 250 years of celebrating of military service.
Microphone, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hope you
Thank you.
are able to make it and join us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Really do. That's all I have, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Garza.
Judge, if I may add for Mr. Garza's comments, there was an error in the publication on one of the news outlets, and it was advertising that it was on the 9th, which is Sunday. So thank you for being here and clarifying for the public too that it's Saturday at 10 a.m. For the parade, for the downtown parade.
One of the things that happened there is the fact that it's last year was November 9th. This year, it falls on November 8th. That's the reason for the correction. And I will get with the media too to see if I can correct that for them because they're using last year's information, not this year's.
I also asked our staff to reach out to them today too to correct the record.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you being here.
Okay, item number 7, board appointments. 7A, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 158.008, discuss and take appropriate action to designate one of the members of the El Paso County Civil Service Commission as chairman of the commission. We're asking for a motion to delete this item. I have a motion by Judge Samaniego. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
We'll bring this item back next Monday for the court to interview the candidates.
Thank you, Commissioner. Motion carries. Item 8, Commissioners Court. 8A, Discuss and take appropriate action pertaining to the county's response to food insecurity in El Paso County. And just for information, we do have several speakers signed up for this item.
Okay, Commissioner Stout.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Pull up my notes here. So I requested to put this agenda item on regarding food insecurity because I think the stakes are pretty high right now. As of the 1st of November, approximately 42 million people in this country have lost access to their benefits through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, and other food assistance programs due to the current government shutdown. These are not really abstract numbers, you know, they reflect our neighbors, our friends, our fellow community members, and constituents who rely on these benefits. We fund the system with our tax dollars. It's our investment in the health and well-being of our collective community. Here in El Paso, the situation is especially urgent. We have one of the largest concentrations of federal civilian workers in Texas. The congressional district that covers our area has approximately 22,418 federal employees, or about 6.44% of its civilian workforce. Many of those federal workers are now more than 30 days into the longest government shutdown in the history of the country, and they are not receiving paychecks. And so many of them are in need, maybe showing up to local food banks because of the system that is meant to support them has been severed. So, you know, we can't really depend on this federal government, unfortunately. They are proving to be very unreliable at best and hostile many times at worst. It's up to, I think, local government now to try to help fill in gaps, especially when it comes to food, which is the foundation of health, which is, by the way, the next looming crisis, and one of our major charges as county officials. So I want to try to find some solutions, which is, I think, what we're going to try to discuss. I don't think we can turn a blind eye to the administration and the enablers that exist in Congress who refuse to sit down and work with the representatives of half of the country, essentially freezing them out of the governance process. SNAP benefits keep grocery stores operating, farmers selling produce, truckers transporting goods, local businesses running. When people cannot buy groceries, local commerce and suppliers lose revenue. Nationwide, SNAP generates roughly $9 billion in grocery sales each month, and it does have a ripple effect in every zip code in our state, including ours. For our community here in El Paso, these benefits matter in real terms. Tens of thousands of residents and our local grocers rely on SNAP and similar food assistance programs. I asked for the agenda item so that we could shine a light on the reality, hear from community stakeholders who serve the community every day, and to ask what our county can do, what we must do, including partnerships with the state, federal delegations to support working families, ensure that no one in El Paso goes hungry. You know, I want to thank our staff, especially in the Community Services Department, Betsy, for being proactive, and of course the community stakeholders that are here today. Community Services has some concepts for us to discuss, and our volunteer coordinator also, we have been talking with, has ideas about some things that we can do. I know the county attorney's office also has been invaluable in developing this discussion. And so there's 5 components that I'm proposing here. And so number one is, in a couple of minutes, I want to hear from members of the public first, but that we go into executive session so that we can discuss potential, the way, if we can join lawsuits that have been filed to force the administration to follow the law and release SNAP funds and potential contracts that we may want to enter into for food services. Number 2, after that, I want to hear proposals from Community Services Department regarding actions we can take today. Number 3, I think we should send a letter to the state requesting the governor that they fill the funding gap with the reserves that, the billions of dollars of reserves that they are sitting on. Number 4, I want to discuss convening stakeholders for community-wide response, or if other entities takes the lead, joining in that convening. I know that there are already a number of restaurants and grocery stores like Food City who are here today with us that have already started giving out free food and supporting the community, but it would be a good idea to be able to understand who is doing that and kind of have a clearinghouse, and then also see who else we can engage in that conversation. And then the 5th item, in the same spirit of pulling together, maybe setting up a work group of relevant departments, community services, a volunteer coordinator for sure, maybe economic development and legal. We have, I think, I see Eric Pearson there from the Community Foundation. I see Chris from the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger. I know that we've spoken to Desert Spoon and No Lost Food. And of course, Food City, who we already mentioned, who have begun their response. But again, in the same spirit of working together, I think we should reach out to other governmental entities, especially the city, but also possibly school districts, given that they have kids in cafeterias, to kind of work cooperatively to come up with a way that we're going to make sure that people in this community don't go hungry. I don't have all the answers, and I think we have some solid actions that we can take today, but I'm really eager to hear discussion with our staff, the guests, and other members of the court. So I don't know if anybody has any comments right now, but I'd love to hear from the members of the community that signed up to speak, and then after that, if we can go into executive session, Judge, to hear the advice that our county attorneys have on a possible lawsuit, and then other funding sources that we may be able to provide to help with this problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Judge? Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner Stout. I'm with you on all those items. I think one of the best things, though, that we can try and do is, is get our state leadership to step up. We know that the New Mexican state leadership, the governor, has stepped up and done that, and I don't see why, with the funding that this state has had in recent years. I think it's up to them at this point to make sure, and we have to pressure them to make sure that they step up to do the right thing, just like New Mexico did. So I'm with you on that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have 3 speakers signed up for this item. First, we have Ms. Melissa Santos.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm here again on a different note. Last week was tamales, but this week we see ourselves in a really difficult situation for the community. And so I came just to kind of give the perspective of a local business, a local grocery store, and what we're seeing. My name is Melissa Santos. I'm the Director of Finance and Marketing for Food City. My grandfather started Food City over 61 years ago. We have 2 locations, one in the 79915 zip code and one in the 79905 zip code. At Food City Ranchland, 16% of our sales come from EBT transactions. And at Food City Estrella, 31% of our sales come from EBT transactions. Over the last few years, there's been a dramatic decrease in SNAP benefits. During COVID, a lot of SNAP benefits were issued just because of what was going on. In 2022, just to give you an example, 28% of our transactions at Food City Ranchland were SNAP transactions, and at Food City Estrella, 47% were SNAP transactions. This was in 2022, so today we're seeing 16% and 31%. So there's been a huge decrease in the amount of SNAP benefits that have been issued over the last few years. In terms of dollar sales that we're seeing, from last year, we've seen a 7% decrease in dollar amount in EBT sales. Compared to 2023, there's been a 26% decrease in dollar sales from EBT, and compared to 2022, there's been a 56% decrease in dollar sales from SNAP transactions. So right now, we're seeing a lot more credit card transactions, which means higher fees for us. We're seeing a lot less cash when people are purchasing their groceries. In response to what's happening with the shutdown, last week we started a gift card program where we are giving gift cards to people who are affected, either not receiving their SNAP benefits or people who are federal employees that are not being paid. So Food City has contributed $1,000, and then we've been able to raise another $8,500 in donations. So we've been able to help 233 households so far. However, I've had 1,500 applications, and I had to shut off applications Friday night and continue to still get calls and emails. So the need is very, very great. All weekend, we were issuing the gift cards to different customers. And just hearing the different stories, I wanted to share some with you. From federal employees, I saw anywhere from IRS employees, Social Security, Beaumont, Border Patrol, Fort Bliss civilians, cybersecurity at White Sands. I mean, any agency you can think of, we were seeing. I had multiple people tell me they were selling their plasma because that's the only way that they could get along. And these are federal employees. I had people telling me they couldn't pay their mortgages. I had one tell me that this was the first time she was able to buy meat. So I think just for you all to be aware, a lot of these federal employees are saying they can't go to the food banks because they're open during the times that they're at work. So anyways, just we wanted to be here present to just kind of give you an overview of what's happening from the local side, the local business side, and my cousin is also going to be speaking.
Well, thank you. What an amazing role model for the rest of the community. Thank you for stepping up like that. Food City has always been there, so thank you for continuing to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, we have Mr. Carlos Lowry.
Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, you all. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to piggyback on some of the insights that my cousin spoke about and just underline a very simple point, if we can, take a view from 30,000 feet about what this means more community-wide than just the families that are missing out on these benefits. So when we invest in food security programs like these, we're really feeding families. And it's like SNAP and WIC programs are strengthening the economy. This is just pulled off of KFOX, but 21% of the households in the county are on SNAP benefits, almost a quarter of our friends and family, like Commissioner Stout said. Now, in terms of economic impact, UTEP put out a study 2 years ago that highlighted for every dollar in SNAP or WIC benefits, that translates to $1.50 in local economic impact. And I want to make this point. Food assistance is not a handout. Food assistance is not a charity. It is an economic engine. Smart economics, really, not government dependency. Consistent SNAP and WIC spending helps stabilize supply chains, it reduces waste, and it sustains an entire web of job creation, especially in rural and working class communities. Every carton of milk, every loaf of bread, and every bag of apples purchased with a WIC or SNAP helps maintain all these layers. When we fund food security, we are funding, again, an economic engine. We're funding prosperity. This is not a handout. It really represents, in the truest sense of the word, a partnership between government, between producers, and suppliers. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Carlos. Great perspective for our community. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Chris Yeagle.
Commissioners.
Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Okay. So some thoughts to share on food insecurity. First off, we're a little bit higher here in the region than the national average, according to a UTEP study done in recent years. We're at 35%, whereas the national average is somewhere in the 31%. And then at UTEP, among students, that number is about 65% food insecurity, so 2/3 of that population. So it's serious, serious in our region. And like the previous speaker said, I want to emphasize that food insecurity is the first basis for economic stability in the region. Food insecurity can lead to mental health problems. It can lead to family and work instability, and of course that affects our region economically. I think the key here is really to draw this connection with the private business owners and the community at large, because if they can see the link between food insecurity and economic stability for the region that impacts their businesses, I think they'll realize that becoming a part of our donor base at the food bank and other organizations combating food insecurity is the way to go. So this is in initial stages, but I'm trying to maybe work with UTEP to draw that link between the food insecurity and economic stability. Just in recent times, I just want to catch you up on kind of some things that we're seeing. So we have not seen necessarily our numbers increase due to the SNAP cuts yet, but we do anticipate that. We have seen a surge in the shutdown numbers for federal employees. We've prepared about 2,000 emergency boxes in response to that, and one of the largest requesters was a unit from William Beaumont, actually, from Fort Bliss. They have, that commander has 1,500 civilian employees, and it's their second paycheck that they're missing, so some of those families are experiencing food insecurity for the first time in their life. We put together about 1,500 boxes for that organization. We're finishing that up, and we'll be delivering those this week. We've operated largely on a model of free or no-cost food sourcing in terms of other food banks. There's about 200 food banks in the country. There's a mix between free food available to us through our networks from Feeding America, and then there's also the availability to purchase food. Our model has been strictly sourcing free food. In that case, we've realized that we can't react as fast to what's going on. So we don't have as much flexibility as I'd like. We're largely reactionary. Now it's a big vessel and it's a small rudder, and so I'm slowly trying to turn that. I am new to the position, so it's going to take a little time. What we've done is we've reallocated some money that we had sitting in a different spot, kind of our cash reserves. We spent about $100K for food in the last week to purchase food to bring it in. That'll last us about 2 weeks. And we have maybe $500,000 left that we can allocate right now immediately for food, but if you do the math, that's not a lot of time. So if we get into the holidays here, into mid-December, that $600K that initially we had to spend on food purchasing is going to go pretty quick. There's other costs associated with distributing foods, especially in emergency fashion. Something you don't consider is boxes. So we have to buy boxes. 10,000 boxes is about $11,000. So that's not included in that number I said for the food purchase. Also not included in there is our logistics cost to go out and source the food and bring it here into El Paso. So as you can see, our resources are limited, but we are reallocating and reacting to what's going on. Over time, I'd like to shift more to an offensive model. I think we've been on defense a lot in recent years at the food bank, whereas we're very reactionary, like I mentioned. I like to shift, kind of retool the engine to be able to go on offense, and what that looks like is filling our processing rooms with equipment to where we can process produce and hopefully eventually protein and dry goods. And then not only will we be able to provide the community with different types of food on our distribution line, but also we'll be able to sell some of that food to other food banks more towards the West Coast. We can use that funding to then purchase food, so it can create an economic model for us that's more self-sustainable than our current model. Again, though, that's going to take a little time, but that's where we're heading. So we're going to try to go on offense. I think I'm out of time. I had a few more points.
You can keep going.
I can keep going, okay. The next thing is I've noticed that in my short time that we do a direct distribution model. It's one of the only food banks in the country that does direct distribution. So what that means is our trucks come in, we receive the food, we can have it back out to the public within 30 minutes in a fast pace, and then less than a couple hours if we're a little more slammed with the receiving of food. That works very well. However, our location is far southeast El Paso, and so we have some of our recipients who travel from all the way across the other reaches of the county to get to the food. That creates some challenges for them in an already taxed situation. They're spending fuel. Some of their vehicles are challenged in terms of reliability, especially during the summer. I see a lot of cars without AC working in the heat, kids in the back. It just doesn't create a great scenario. So what I'd like to move towards in the next year is more of a dispersed distribution model. I'd like to harden a couple of our pantries in central El Paso, and then also establish and harden our property on the west side. But in the meantime, identify a pantry to serve in the interim as a distribution point on the west side. The goal is 20 minutes, anybody in our region can get food. That's what I'd like to get to. That's going to take me some time, but next year I think you're going to see some real headway that way. What we really need, so we serve as the point of impact for food insecurity, for the fight, but I don't profess to say that we're going to win this fight alone. We need the support of the county, the city, different agencies, different businesses to help us to take on this fight. In terms of resources, the switch to offense and being able to produce our own food, possibly for resale, is going to help. I would like to see an increase in private donor support. We have a great city, and they've done a lot for us, but we have more to do and more work to get done before we can really reduce this number. And then during this time, our volunteers are really the mainstay of how we're getting this all done. We couldn't do it without our daily volunteers. We have anywhere between 10 and 50 volunteers a day. We've had as many as 200. We could really use a surge in those numbers right now. These boxes are tedious to put together. They take a lot of time, and we're talking in terms of thousands of boxes. So I'm sure the community will rally and help us with that. We could really use that support. Those are my comments, but I know there might be some questions, so.
Well, thank you, Chris. As I've said several times to you that thank you for stepping up. And also we have found that, let's get things to them instead of this idea of they come to us. And being that outreach that you're talking about will be extremely valuable. So thank you for a great strategic plan, and I'm glad that you're doing that. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commissioner Coronado?
Judge, one of the things I think we can really work on, my team has been working on a proposed benefit concert for the Promise program, but I think we have more urgent needs right now, and I think maybe that we can redirect those efforts and do a benefit concert for our, community to make sure that we provide that gap in this food insecurity that we're experiencing this time. So that might be another avenue that we can do of what Commissioner Stout was thinking, and so I'm willing to start redirecting those efforts, and I think maybe the entire court, we can talk about that. And my estimate is that we could raise somewhere between $150,000 to $300,000. It's not going to get you where you need to be, but it will help.
Commissioner, thank you. Buys us time, and with time, we can get other things in place. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. We'll continue. Public comments, please.
Yes, I believe we have 2 more speakers on Teams.
Adriana, are you available? Or Preetha, are you there?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes. Yes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all. I'm Preetha Rajkumar, and my organization is No Lost Food. We've been running for about 7 years, and we have been in, the front lines trying to help as many families and homeless population and individuals as possible across El Paso County, whether it's west, east, central, south, wherever it happens to be, and make sure we get food on their plates, as food is not something that's of luxury. It is a basic necessity that everybody should have access to. And in the times that we are currently facing, it's more of an equity issue where people may not have access due to transportation or funding, losing of the SNAP benefits, whatever it may be, in comparison to more of it being that they just can't afford it. So I think what we're doing, the organization is modeled after a Robin Hood model, where we take it where there's surplus food when it comes to restaurants, bakeries, and stores, and being able to redistribute it with our volunteer base and be able to impact the local community when it comes to the individual families, a lot of children that are suffering without food, that are worried about when their next meal or where their next meal is going to be coming from. And unfortunately, these are unprecedented times that we need to take efforts and strides. Definitely want to thank my huge volunteer base who have been, working as hard as they can with all their other commitments to making this possible. Currently, I think we'd be looking for more volunteers when it comes to redistributing food. And I want to second all the people who talked before me in regards to this is something that we're working towards, and time is very much needed along with funding sources to be able to make this effort even more widespread than we're able to at the current moment. And I just want to say that thank you so much, Commissioner Stout, for bringing this to the agenda and giving us the opportunity to talk about this very much needed issue and how we're able to help the community. So I'm open for any questions if you have any.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all your support. Appreciate that. Any questions? No?
Thank you, Preetha. And, I'm sure we'll be engaging with you as we have this discussion and decide what our course of action is going to be. But thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Aviana Clow with Desert Spoon, if I'm able to speak.
Hi, Adriana. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioner, Court, and Judge. I'm Aviana Clow with Desert Spoon Food Hub. Food access across our region remains highly consolidated. We're highly dependent on one major food bank and, of course, national grocery chains. While vital, these systems alone cannot fully reach or reflect the needs of all. We urge the county to embrace a decentralized approach as you look towards a more food secure region, one that empowers local partners to establish multiple locally driven food access points, builds resilience, strengthens community connections, and ensures a food system that more accurately reflects our local needs. To touch on some local county-level actions and opportunities that we see at Desert Spoon Food Hub, we urge the county to support community-based and satellite food access programs through operational funding for local nonprofits and community groups that operate community micro pantries, food box, and meal programs, just like No Lost Food. Possible look into grocery co-ops and nonprofit markets that prioritize local profit reinvestment and support the health and stability of local food systems, and sustain and grow El Paso County's Healthy Food Financing Initiative to promote a more diverse network of healthy food retail access points. Strengthen your regional food hub, Desert Spoon Food Hub. Food hubs across the nation act as a bridge between emergency food programs and broader food economic development initiatives. Through these initiatives, it allows us to draw down federal and state funding and tie them into emergency food programs, impacting food actors' collaboration across the region. Expand food incentive and produce prescription programs. Strengthen and promote Double Up Food Bucks Texas. During this uncertainty around SNAP, Double Up Food Bucks remains a vital program that increases the purchasing power of SNAP dollars through matching funds. During this time, we are currently looking into doing a 3x match for remaining SNAP dollars for participants. The Double Up Food Bucks program is administered through the Sustainable Food Center, and relies on local support to ensure continued growth and access. Desert Spoon Food Hub serves as the regional lead for El Paso County. We also urge the county to evaluate and support produce subscription programs in Texas. House Bill 2946, Food is Medicine, was introduced this legislative session and would allow the Medicaid reimbursements to cover nutrition support services. Lastly, we urge the county to look into a county-wide community food network, adopt a decentralized approach by transitioning to a community-based framework that expands access points and promotes diverse food access initiatives through collaboration with community partners, establish food system coordinator positions to align county planning, funding, and data tracking with local, state, and national policy initiatives, and integrate food access and infrastructure priorities into economic development, land use, and public health planning. We are committed to collaborate on these initiatives that enhance community resilience and promote equitable access for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana, for taking the time to be here with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica?
I believe we have one more public comment. Give me 1 second. I believe we have.
She's not on the phone.
She's not on anymore? Okay. No, that completes all the speakers for public comment.
Okay.
I was going to ask real quick, I don't know if Mr. Pearson wants to come up and I'm going to put him on the spot. You know I have to do it, but to talk to us about what the Community Foundation is helping out with, because I know that y'all are deep in this as well.
Welcome, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge. And I appreciate your bringing me up because I didn't sign up to speak. So, my name is Eric Pearson. I work for the El Paso Community Foundation. And I don't know if you know this, but since 2020 and the COVID crisis, we have been a MasterCard vendor with the MasterCard City Possible program. So last week, we stood up a fund to help people who are SNAP eligible and who are working as government employees, mainly, in fact, Chris mentioned Beaumont Hospital. We spoke to Colonel Whitney Gray about trying to provide that support. We recognize that everything that everybody in this room doing is a small drop in a large bucket. But I think what it does is it sends the message that this community is together for itself. And we've risen up together to really address large issues that have come forth for our community many, many times, and this is another one of those times. So what the foundation is doing is we set up that fund. We are working with our trusted partners at Project Bravo, who are a community action agency set up in a former president's term to combat the war on poverty. And we've identified about, and actually working a little bit with Food City to try to help them with the amazing response that they've had. And so we're offering the El Paso Community Debit Card. We don't know what the actual number of cards we will be able to get out, but we have about 6,000 people who are pre-vetted, who we understand are in dire need at this point. And we will do everything we can to try to raise enough money to get out there. We've set up a special page for that, and I've reached out to all the other funders in town. And then the last thing to kind of speak to the larger food system issue. The foundation has for many years held forums around food systems and sustainability. We do it slightly different than we do it around other issues, but we would be happy to be a help with the convening of those nonprofits who are working in that space to try to help reach a collective goal of addressing our food needs from a really, really full spectrum level. So right now, Foundation has set up a fund. We'll be providing gift cards to meet people where they are and give them some bridge funding, recognizing that we can't deal with the whole thing. And then further on, and I think in a more permanent fashion, we'll continue to do roundtables that really get the nonprofit community together around addressing food insecurity and especially the food systems that provide that relief.
Eric and the foundation, you've been a great community partner. We appreciate your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
I have one, just
Yes,
one comment
Commissioner
to
Butler?
make quickly, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, for bringing this. I feel very overwhelmed and angry about the situation that members of our community are put in. I think you're right that we're disproportionately affected because of our large number of federal civilian employees that we have in El Paso, as well as just our demographics that make up that large percentage of SNAP recipients here. I appreciate Food City being here and talking about the economic impact to our businesses, but I also think that I want to reiterate and emphasize that food security is an economic development and public health issue for our community. I think it's in line with the functions of local government to make sure that the people who live in our county are able to prosper and thrive, and foundational to that is access to food and nutrition. So I'm looking forward to this discussion with our county attorney's office to see what we can do, what levers we do have. I think if ever we had to dip into emergency funds, this is probably the right time to do that. And I want to say I hope that this is temporary, but looking at trends across the federal government, I think we're just starting. This is just the beginning of the negative impacts that our community is going to feel from SNAP benefits and funding for food, but also I think we're going to have a crisis with housing soon. All of the services that our members of our community rely heavily on are going to start to get cut severely. So I think as we look at how we address this issue as a county, obviously with as many community partners as possible, I think we also have to prepare ourselves for cuts across the board and how we're going to respond to those.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Coronado?
I'm just viewing an update from Capitol Hill that the Trump administration is only going to provide partial food stamp benefits this month as the shutdown approaches a record length. So we know that they've been ordered to make sure that they use the reserves to not stop the SNAP benefits, but the administration has just briefed federal judge that they're only going to do it partially. And additionally, it's going to cause a delay. We know that, I know Chris talked about the fact that even with them providing the benefits, it's still going to be a delay by the time they get around to switching these funds. And so I just want to point out that if this court had not agreed to plenish our reserves back when we were going through the budget, we would not be able to help out our community in this fashion. And I agree with Commissioner Butler. We need to look to see how we can tap into some of our reserves to see how we can help our community. But we wouldn't have been able to done that if we hadn't replenished our reserves earlier this year. You never know what's going to happen down the road for things like this. That's why we need to be prepared. So, Judge, just
thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so can we go into
executive
exec real quick to consult with our attorneys, and then we'll come back out and talk.
Okay.
We have one last message to read in for public comment. Okay. Somebody submitted a message for us. This is from Marlene Yanez. Hi, my name is Marlene Yanez with La Semilla. We know that SNAP dollars have a significant impact on our local economy, including local tienditas in colonia communities, farmers who sell at farmers markets, and enable our families to be able to serve a warm meal to their families. We encourage El Paso County to take action to make sure that people in the community do not go hungry because of this manufactured crisis. La Semilla is currently working with local partners to respond. For farmers, this is creating a sense of whiplash, having to respond to fewer paid sales and donation requests. These are some ways farmers are preparing, planting extra rows and scheduling gleaning to harvest near-term food supply. Maps who have cold storage, who can drive and who can pack today and prepare and dispatch so food doesn't sit. Quick sale shares for season extension. La Semilla works, focuses on food and security work at systemic level. Moments like this remind us of why the food system as it is today is vulnerable and needs to, and why as a community we need to support efforts that will bolster and protect the local economy. End of public comment.
Thank you, Cesar.
So at this time, can we have a motion to move the item into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Olguin. The voting is open.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item 8A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 11:14 a.m.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes de El Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, it starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar, 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We are on item 8A from Commissioners Court, discuss and take appropriate action pertaining to the county's response to food insecurity in El Paso County.
Judge, Commissioners, if the court would so entertain, Eric is going to read a motion into the record for your consideration.
Judge Commissioners, Eric Rosales-Negaglioni, Assistant County Attorney. For the court's consideration, the motion could be to, it's a multi-part motion. So the first part would be to direct the County Attorney's Office to review any and all legal action to address a response to food insecurity in El Paso. Further, direct County Government Affairs to send a letter on behalf of the Commissioners Court to the federal delegation, state delegation, and the governor to address food insecurity issues and specifically request the state to use some of its reserves to help with food insecurity issues. Further, direct county administration to work with county departments to review any and all actions to address a response to food insecurity in El Paso and bring back options to the Commissioners Court. Authorize the Community Services Department to implement the Temporary Electric Assistance Program, TEAP, effective November 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026, or until funding is exhausted. Further, bring back an item to immediately accept donations pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 81.032, to address a response to food insecurity in El Paso. Further, direct the county administrator to convene an internal and external community stakeholder group to address this public health crisis. And lastly, authorize county administrator to use the Purchasing Act discretionary exemption pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 262, to preserve or protect public health and safety related to food insecurity for residents of El Paso County.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Stout, before
Yes.
you make the motion, we have one quick correction.
Okay.
And that is to, instead of bring back an item, authorize us to accept donations pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 81.032 immediately to address a response to food insecurity. So we'd begin accepting donations immediately.
Okay, that change is okay with me, so I'll make the motion including that.
Okay, we have a motion by
change.
Commissioner Stout, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout, your vote.
Hold on one sec, sorry. Okay.
Motion carries.
Just want to make, thank Commissioner Stout. Timing right now is of the essence. It's extremely important. It's also an encouragement for the city and for others to take lead on this as well. But Commissioner Stout, if we had waited even 1 week longer, it'd be one more week that we have to address these things. So very thankful that you put it on the agenda. We appreciate that tremendously.
I'm proud of this Commissioners Court. While the federal administration, the Trump administration, continues to really do a lot to dismantle government, at the local level, we have to continue serving the community. And unfortunately, we have to pick up the slack. And I know that all of our offices are here, that the Commissioners Court here, the county is here. We're partners for the community. We're not going to retreat. We're not going to sit back on our laurels and just let our people go hungry. We have resources we can put out there and rely on. So anybody out there who's experiencing food insecurity or need help, please reach out to the county. We can work with the Commissioners Court, our state delegation, our congressional delegation to try and help all El Pasoans that really have most need, to help make ends meet. And I did want to really quickly, there's just off the top of the there's a list of some local groups that are already providing some assistance. So we heard about Food City, but Weirdo's Bakery and Cafe is offering free breakfast sandwiches for children from families that are affected by SNAP. Old Sheepdog Brewery started on November 1st, offering any family that has a federal worker ID or SNAP card can get a free breakfast burrito for each family member. The Mexican Candy Lady, free lunch bags for children under 12. No questions asked. Cafe Piro, from starting this past Saturday, anyone can ask for a free pozolito, a light meal. Birria El Güero, free birria ramen to anyone who needs a warm meal. Rosie's Daba, offering free care packages, food assistance care packages, starting the 5th of November. And of course, Food City. And then, we still have El Paso's Fighting Hunger Food Bank. Thank you, Chris Yeagle, for being here and for your service and support with this. There's in Precinct 2, the Kelly Center for Hunger Relief is a food pantry just north of I-10. And then remember that there are school and after-school meal programs. Socorro Independent School District has free supper program from ages 1 to 18 at multiple campuses. UTEP has free food and hygiene pantry that students and staff can tap into. And then Food Not Bombs El Paso has free communal meals Saturdays at Houston Park at 900 Montana Avenue. So those are just some of the resources that many people here in El Paso are already stepping up to try to help with. And I hope we can engage many more so that we can all collectively as a community get through this.
We're so blessed. What an amazing community. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Betsy?
On November, I believe it's, or Stephen, November 22nd, the Coliseum is having a food drive for individuals. It's November 22nd, I believe. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Operation Hope. So we want to thank them for that, and we ask that anybody who wants to donate out to that cause to please do so.
Thank you, Commissioner. Betsy, you want to break for lunch, or do you want to take the next item?
Judge, if you want to do 9A, I believe that item would be very quick, or we could break, whichever you prefer.
Well, what do you?
9A is fine.
Yeah, 9A. Let's take that one.
Okay. Item 9 from purchasing. 9A, approve and authorize the award recommendation of RFP 25-025, Construction Manager at Risk, Office of Medical Examiners for El Paso County, Texas, to the highest scoring firm, Baines General Contractors, Inc. of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on October 21st, 2025. Funds are available in B1 OME Professional Services.
Welcome, Karen. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent, and this is the long talked about, but very excited to ask for your approval and authorization to award RFP 25-025, which is the construction manager at risk for our Office of Medical Examiner. And Baines Construction is the awarded vendor at the highest score. And I certainly have Public Works here to answer any questions you might have, and I can answer any questions as well. But we are asking for your approval to award it to Baines Construction.
And Judge, Commissioners, before your motion and vote on this item, I want to acknowledge and thank our purchasing team, our legal team, our Public Works team, and all the partners who are working on the performance of our bond. This is 3 to 4 months ahead of our timeline for this award. And I know we will be ahead of timeline on bringing back our contract. This team has just really sailed through and yet made sure we didn't skip any steps, double checked and checked everything. And I do believe that the recommended award or awardee is someone that we've worked with, we've had good relationships with in the past. And so we have no doubt that they'll be able to perform and deliver on this construction manager at risk.
Thank you, Betsy. We're very grateful for this work. Our community deserves nothing but this, that we respond quickly. They're anxious to see how we're going to perform, and I think everybody's done such a great job, so we're very fortunate to have you, Karen, and the rest of the team helping out. Thank you.
Especially, a special shout out to Erica Rosales too, who
Yes.
also really worked on these contracts and these processes.
Thank you. Assistant County Attorney Stephen Arellano led the way with this one. Thank you, Betsy. We're very grateful.
And of course, Ms. Keller's leadership is really imperative to the success of this team. Just want to mention that too.
I want to say this is a great firm that was chosen for that.
Yes.
They built Canutillo High School, so we're very proud of them.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Olguin, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen.
Commissioners Court will now recess for 1 hour. It is 12:21 p.m.
Is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar, 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar, 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Well, there he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las...
Item 10, auditor. 10A.
Stand by.
I'm sorry?
Stand
Not
by.
yet? Oh.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We are on item 10, auditor. 10A, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Title 10, Section 2256.023, accept the attached presentation and investment report for FY25 fourth quarter ended September 30th, 2025.
Welcome, Michael.
Hello. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Okay. Michael Amas, First Assistant County Auditor. Today's presentation covers the county investments for the fourth quarter of FY 2025. As always, the investments are directly related to strengthening the county's financial health. There are two major goals for investing funds. First, following the statutory principles and return on investment. Statutory principles include safety, liquidity, and diversification in that order. As you can see on the graph, we continue to maintain short-term investments in Treasury and agency securities. In this report, short-term investments are defined as less than 1 year until maturity at the time when the county purchased the investment, and cash or funds left in the bank or safekeeping account for the county. During the quarter, the county purchased 3 security purchases to diversify the county's portfolio and ladder out investments in the short term. More investments have been invested in taxable prime and less in cash and taxable compared to last year, although total investments increased by $0.9 million compared to last year. The benchmark federal funds target rate has decreased from 4.7525 to 4.0 to 4.25. As a result, interest earned during the quarter has decreased by $1.4 million. Rates last year in the same quarter ranged from 4.31% to 4.25 and 4.42 to 4.36 for taxable and taxable prime respectively. As you can see, the rates for both have been steady over the fourth quarter. And just as a matter of information, the 3-month target Treasury average yields for the fourth quarter are 4.26 in 2025. So we're a little bit over that. You can see the 90-day Treasury bill rates on the orange line and the county's weighted average yield on the blue. The county is 11 basis points above the 90-day Treasury bill benchmark. Our portfolio yield is higher than the 90-day Treasury due to our holdings in taxable prime, which yield a higher rate at 4.35%. This slide shows the trend of investments over the last 12 months for all county funds. Agency funds include unclaimed funds, bail bond funds, and other elected official funds that cannot be used to support the county's own programs. The Internal Service Fund includes the health and life and workers' comp funds. This slide shows the market value of investments at the end of the fourth quarter for each fund. General fund, capital projects, and special revenue are the largest slices of the pie. Investable general funds reached the highest point in February and decreased after that point as property tax collections decreased. Capital project funds reached its highest point in July due to the bond issuance, and special revenue grants investable funds continue their decreasing trend as we exhaust ARPA funds. This is a short presentation. The full investment report with all the required information can be found on the internet as well as in the backup of this item. Are there any questions for the investments of the fourth quarter? Not? Thank you.
We have a motion to accept the report by Commissioner Olguin, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
Apologize. Thank you, Mike.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 10B, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, received the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended September 30th, 2025.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners and Judge. This is Michael Lamas, First Assistant County Auditor, and this presentation is on the September 2025 interim financial report, which is the last month of the FY25 fiscal year. The executive summary shows information about revenues and expenses for the current year. Please note that throughout the presentation, amounts have been rounded to thousands. Next up, we have the condensed financial report for the month of September 2025, which was published in the local Sunday newspaper this past weekend. We have our revenue section. This slide presents all revenue collected by the county by fund type. As you can see, the focus of the presentation emphasizes the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county. During the current month, the general fund collected approximately $18.6 million. Total year-to-date property taxes collected as of September 2025 increased by $10.1 million compared to FY 2024. Further breakdown of property taxes show that the current property tax has increased by $6.3 million. Delinquent property taxes have increased by $848,000. Excess property taxes have increased by $59,000, and P&I have increased by $117,000. Next up, we have the general fund revenue by source year-to-date as of this month. General fund revenues compared to the same period last fiscal year are shown on this table. Total revenue collections have increased compared to the same period in last year's collections. The top increasing areas are property taxes, as I explained earlier, sales and use taxes, which have increased $2.5 million, intergovernmental, which increased $1.5 million, charges for services, which increased $2.2 million, and fines and forfeits, which have increased $852,000. The top decreasing areas are interest, $4.6 million decrease due to lower investable balances and lower rates, and miscellaneous revenue, which decreased $1.7 million, and other financing sources, which also decreased by $1.7 million. Next up, we have an overview of actual revenue compared to budget for the year. General fund has collected 103.4% of total budgeted revenues. And the largest revenue collections for the budget include property taxes, as I explained earlier, which has collected 101% of the budget, sales tax, which collected 103.5% of budget, and intergovernmental, which collected 176% of the budget.
For the increase under the charges for services, is that an increase in the federal beds, the contract?
Yes, for charges for services, that increase is partly due to federal prisoners, which increased almost $2 million, and the other one was county clerk fees.
Okay.
This next chart shows you the year-to-date. Taxes comprised 86.6% of revenues received, with property taxes comprising 64.4% of total revenues. This next slide illustrates the trends in total revenues and the county's two largest revenue sources, property taxes, and sales taxes. The lines on the chart represent total revenues. The bar groupings display actual versus budgeted amounts for the property and sales taxes by year, providing a clear view of performance relative to our projections. As a percentage of budget, the current year's general fund total revenue collections increased by 1.8% compared to last year and 5.2% greater compared to fiscal year 2023. This next slide highlights the top 4 industries for sales and use tax collections. We have retail trade, which increased 1.2%, accommodation and food services, which increased by 3.4%, wholesale trade, which decreased by 4.3%, and manufacturing, which decreased by 18.3%. Are there any questions on any of the revenue? Okay. Thank you. If not, we can move over to expenditures. This next slide shows all of the expenditures for the county by fund type. For the month of September, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $36.2 million and a year-to-date total of $385.1 million. The following slides will give you a detailed breakdown of general fund expenditures. This chart provides an overview of the county's general fund budget, breaking expenditures down by the function of government. This breakdown offers a clear view of how resources are allocated across key service areas. 85.3% of the budget has been expended, and of that, public safety accounted for 42.8%, general government accounted for 26.2%, admin of justice 24.5%, and all other functions make up the remaining 6.5%. Total general fund expenditures by function are also shown on this slide. General government, for general government, we've expended 69.2% of the budget. Admin of justice, 94.7% of the budget has been expended. Public safety, 97.3% of the budget has been expended. And all other functions, 67.9% of the budget has been expended. This next slide shows you a breakdown of general fund expenditures by category. In total, they have decreased in comparison to prior year by 1.9%, decreasing in operating, capital outlay, and transfers out, and increasing in personnel. Personnel increases are primarily due to public safety in the amount of $14.9 million. Operating decreases are primarily due to general government in $2 million, public safety, $2 million, health and welfare, $1 million, admin of justice, approximately $1 million, and culture and recreation, $761,000. Capital outlay has decreased by $5.2 million compared to prior year, and transfers out decreased by $11.6 million, primarily due to a decrease in general government non-departmental of $10.6 million. This slide shows us the general fund changes by governmental function in comparison with the same period the previous year. The top areas of change are general government, which decreased by $16.9 million, public safety, which increased by $12.5 million, other functions of government, health and welfare, which decreased by $1.4 million, and other functions of government, public works, which decreased by $1.2 million. Last up, we have our discussion on the fund balance. The FY 2025 projected fund balance is based on estimated revenues of $397.7 million and projected expenditures of $404.8 million. This results in a projected ending fund balance for FY 2025 of $89.1 million. Compared to last month, this reflects an increase of approximately $5 million, driven by a $523,000 increase in projected revenues, primarily due to higher than anticipated sales tax collections, and a $4.5 million reduction in projected expenditures, And this one is largely due to the removal of grant match obligations that we are no longer expecting to be expended in the current fiscal year, well, FY 2025. These figures remain subject to change as FY 2025 financials are finalized. For FY 2026, the projection incorporates the adopted tax rate with revenues estimated at $415.5 million and expenditures totaling $448.9 million. This is based on the adopted budget, and it excludes appropriated fund balance. This results in a further projected decrease in the fund balance. Just for a note, years after FY 2026 are based on a 2% increase in property values and expenditure increases of 5%. Given to this uncertainty, it's not prudent to place significant reliance on this financial trend beyond FY 2026. Revenue streams may shift, and future legislative actions could materially impact county operations. And this is just a table of contents for our full report available online. Lastly, are there any questions? Sure.
And I don't think this question is actually for you, Michael. It's about the fund balance increasing due to grant matches. I don't know if Betsy or Carmen can let us know which grants. Is it because we weren't awarded grants that we were expecting to?
Fund balance, did Michael say fund balance is increasing due to grant matches?
Yeah.
Due to not expending,
Not having to
expecting.
Oh, so that money is then reverted back to fund balance because it's not spent. So we budget in grant match every year, so much funds based on what we think we're going to get in grants and we think, or what we've applied for. But then when we don't get them all, that money reverts to fund balance.
Can we get an update on which grants haven't been awarded?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Michael, back on slide 19, if you don't mind, where you do show the fund balance. So is the number in orange, the 116, 98, 96, 89, 56, is that budgeted somewhere?
That is the estimated fund balance at the end of the year. So where you would find that number is in our audited financials at the end of the year. That matches with the fund balance. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11, Human Resources. 11A, receive an update, discuss and take appropriate action regarding HB 718, 88th session, and the County Tax Assessor Collector's Office.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the Human Resources Department. As requested by Commissioners Court, the Human Resources Department is here to provide the weekly update on the Tax Collector Assessor's Office and its ongoing progress with HB 718 operations. Today, we will be updating the court regarding staffing levels, overtime comp time usage, workload backlogs, and training efforts, highlighting actions taken since the last time that we provided an update, any measurable progress achieved, and any ongoing challenges that may require continued attention. As previously reported, the tax office does have 10 current vacancies. However, 4 of those will be filled by this next Monday, and 2 additional positions will be filled by January 2026. In addition, of the 3 positions which are being filled internally, 2 internal background checks are in progress and expected to be completed within the next few days. Interviews are being held for the 3rd internal position. This means that of the 10, 9 of the positions are being filled, and our HR talent management team will continue to work with the tax office to expedite any recruitment efforts. We will also be posting for the anticipated entry-level positions this week to get a head start on identifying a qualified pool of candidates. As previously reported, the Chief Administrator approved $10,000 of overtime, including fringe costs. The tax office has utilized approximately 62% of the approved overtime amount so far, after most recently completing a Saturday working session on October 25th, 2025. The next Saturday working session is scheduled for this Saturday, October 8th. As a result, the Human Resources Department is recommending the court to approve additional overtime in the event additional Saturdays are worked. As of this morning, for the backlog, the current backlog is 3,989 transactions, and this doesn't include any drop-off or mail work, including those transactions as previously reported from the 131 dealers who were directed to file in person at the tax office. Mr. Gonzalez shared that he has been the primary mediator between the Texas DMV and the local Mexican consulate to improve and recognize valid Texas registration for vehicles sold by the dealer community to our citizens wishing to travel into Ciudad Juarez. Currently, Texas buyers are not allowed to travel into Mexico with Texas plates without a registration sticker. He is hopeful that Texas and Mexico will be successful in this effort to benefit all citizens along the Texas-Mexico border. The training that was held on Friday, October 10th was attended by 175 dealers, 100 in the morning and 75 in the afternoon. And on Thursday, October 23rd, the Texas DMV and the County Tax Office participated in the Texas Independent Automobile Dealers Association Texas Tour, held at Mannheim Auto Auction, to provide the dealer community with additional information and answer any questions regarding HB 718. We will continue to monitor staffing, training, and process adjustments in partnership with the tax office and continue reporting to the court. Additional recommendations from the time and motion study is also forthcoming and will be shared as soon as they're finalized.
Valeria, has he provided the weekly errors report yet?
We have not received any error report yet.
Okay.
No.
So I know that was something he was talking about doing so that the dealers could pay attention to minimize the errors, which would help us with like streamlining processing. He was going to make sure the dealers were aware what the top errors were so they could watch for them and correct them. So if we could follow up to see if, and some of the dealers have mentioned to me that that would be very helpful.
And this is the biggest chunk, right? Because we're almost stuck at 5,000 backlog, and you said 2,000, 3,000?
Now we're at 39.
3989.
Well, we're moving. It seemed like every week it was around the 5,000, so we're still hoping it's volume related, that, you know, it came at us so quickly that, you know, with time we would be able to balance it. Betsy, anything else that you want to, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Coronado?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Oh, I was just going to ask Valeria, because you said 4 of the 10 vacancies will be filled by next Monday, and then eventually we'll get to the point where 9 of the 10 vacancies will be filled. Do we know approximately when that might happen?
We're hopeful that the internal ones will be filled no later than the end of the month.
That's 3, I think, right?
That's 3. So that's 7 in total, and then there's 2 that will be starting in January. And that was, the candidates were not yet available.
Commissioner Coronado?
And has the tax assessor corrected the issue of people, the dealers that submit with an error, they're not going back to the end of the line when they resubmit? Has that issue been taken care of?
I'll follow up on that, Commissioner. I don't know that the answer to that question at this moment, but we'll provide an update.
I think that was a systemic issue, and I don't know that it's been corrected because I don't know that there's a fix for it unless they're coming back in person.
I think if they can't show more than 3, like if they make 3 mistakes, that's the maximum. And then we agreed that it would be an email that would be sent to them with the additional, and that should really help because they weren't aware of.
And the
but they're still
trainings.
going to the back of the line.
They're still going to the back of the line.
And hopefully the trainings
system won't
will really
allow it
help.
The system won't allow it.
automatically.
And there were 175 of them that attended the training, which is great.
All right, and so the last time there was a backlog, it was 5,800 or thereabouts?
It was almost 6,000.
Yes.
Was it almost 6,000?
The highest it has been, it was close to 6,000, yes, sir. But most recently, we had
It only went down by 52 since last week, I think.
From
Since last
52 to 39? roughly?
No, by 52 total. It was like
total.
4,000.
By 52?
And that was as of last Monday. So it went down 52 from last Monday.
Even
And
though we
then-
did something this weekend?
We did not do something this weekend. The last
the
Saturday
next
session was on the 25th.
The 25th?
And then
Okay.
there'll be a working session this coming Saturday on the 8th.
How many were knocked down from the week of the 25th?
I do have that number. It was approximately 14 to 1,500 was completed
So
during
maybe
that.
another 1,500 we can knock off this weekend.
It was closer to 1,500, yes, sir. And that was 17 employees. I believe this coming Saturday, they'll have 20 employees working.
And is the recommendation to go ahead and approve additional overtime now?
Yes, please.
In what amount? The same 10,000?
10,000 is possible. We know that we're having 4 new employees that are starting. That may help to offset it. But 10,000 would give you approximately 3 more Saturday sessions.
Okay.
Is on approximate average.
Yeah, well,
Thank
I'll
you.
make that motion to approve the additional 10,000 in overtime.
Well, do you anticipate that there are going to be more than 3 Saturdays?
Well, 3 Saturdays run about 10, close to 10,000, maybe a little under, but if you'd authorize us up to that amount, and we'll monitor it as it goes.
Up to 10,000 or?
Up
do
to
you
an
need a
additional
little- Or do you
10,000.
need a little more so we don't have to keep coming back?
Well, we're going to get updates on it weekly
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, well, if we need more, we'll ask.
Okay, all right, I'm good.
I do have one question, though. Has Mr. Gonzalez hired any temporary workers?
There have been a few, if I recall correctly, I think it was 3 to 4 temp employees. Primarily, those temp employees will be utilized for the property tax seasons, which will start fairly soon. And so that's typically what they're used for, not to say that they can't be shifted or moved. But yes, there have been some that have been hired.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Valeria.
I'll second Commissioner Holguin's motion. Oops.
We had a motion by Commissioner Holguin, second by Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Valeria.
Commissioners.
Good
Have a
job.
great day.
Thank you.
Item 12, grant applications. 12A, grant award. Approve and authorize the county judge to accept the FY26 Office of the Governor Project Safe Neighborhood Gang Supervision Program Award in the amount of $83,273 from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. No cash match is required. However, the program is requesting match in the amount of $15,882 to cover program costs. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Transfer Out, Grant Match. Contract number 2025-0876.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Isela with the Budget and Finance Department, the grant sections. The purpose of this grant is to foster safe neighborhoods through a reduction in violent crimes. This grant will provide funding for one position, which is a gang supervision officer, and for fuel and maintenance for a vehicle that was previously purchased with this grant. This is the 3rd year that we have been awarded this grant, but this year, due to limited budget, this grant was not fully funded. And so although this grant does not require a match, we are requesting $15,882 of cash match to ensure the position is fully supported and that the program can continue without interruptions. And Ms. Jones is here to give a few remarks as well.
Thank you. Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable County Judge, Honorable Commissioners. Catherine Jones, Criminal Justice Director with your Criminal Justice Coordination Department. I really hate to be standing before you today. I never like to be here asking for money. I like to be here and I like my percentage of grants with 0 match, okay? I wouldn't be here if I didn't truly believe in what this program is doing. We right now have just shy of 1,000 gang members who have now been identified in our enterprise supervision database. By doing this, it allows us to keep rival gang members from coming into the office on the same days, helping my staff stay safe. This actual position, our gang supervision officer is housed at the West Texas Anti-Gang Center. He works very closely with the Sheriff's Office, with EPPD, with the Department of Public Safety, with the FBI, with the DEA, with the marshals, and they come to him for information on gang members who are being supervised by us. Martine, Officer Ramirez, is able to work with the courts to help them when we do get a gang member who is in violation of their bond conditions. He is able to work with the courts. A lot of the courts have told me they're incredibly excited about this because they want to know that they have a high-profile or dangerous gang member who is in their court. End of last week, Friday evening, I got a phone call from the Department of Justice. They are very interested in this program. So with that, because as you are aware, they have named cartels and those who work with the cartels as terrorist organizations. They are very interested in our program because we are the only program like this in the nation who is monitoring our gang members in this manner. With that and with their interest, I am actively looking at other funding opportunities for this to draw down. So I anticipate this would be the only time I would ever come to you asking for this money. If you have any questions, I'm here, happy to answer them.
Thank you, Catherine.
And the funding is budgeted in that grant match line item that we just mentioned. So that's where this is where we put those funds for the grant matches for this year.
We have a motion to approve by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we move into executive session, we do have a request for item 13F, discuss litigation styled Susan Campa versus County of El Paso, cause number 2021 DCV 0247, County Attorney case number 001221LD, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. We have a request to delete that along with the corresponding regular session item 14B. And we have a motion by Judge Samaniego to delete, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries. Okay, also for item 13B in executive session, we do need to make findings before we go into executive.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, Eric Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. We're asking that item 13B be taken into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725. The county is currently in negotiations with El Paso County Hospital District, DBA University Medical Center of El Paso regarding the interlocal agreement for inmate health care and mental health care services. The information to be discussed includes issues involving business and financial information related to those contract negotiations, and the court must be free to discuss those issues without undermining the county's position. County Attorney Christina Sanchez has determined that deliberation in open meeting concerning these business and financial issues related to the negotiations would have a detrimental effect if done in open session. So we're requesting that the court unanimously vote that deliberations in an open meeting would have that detrimental effect, that all deliberations take place in closed, and then we'd further ask the court to direct the county administration commissioners court reporters to ensure that all proceedings in closed session be recorded. We have provided a copy of this legal memo, to the county administration commissioners court reporters to be part of the official record. So we'd ask for that motion at this time, please.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 13A through E G and F pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.0725, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy, coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax. for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente,
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar, 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 a.m. a 11 p.m., sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 p.m. y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para...
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We'd like to go to item 14C, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with Faith Technology Incorporated, contract number 2025-0768.
Judge, Commissioners, Roberto Ransom, for the record, Economic Development Department. Today, I present a key strategic step to support Faith Technologies as they establish their operations in El Paso County. As Faith Technologies continue advancing the subdivision construction agreement assignment to fully transfer responsibilities for all required public improvements, we appreciate your consideration in allowing us to move forward with a Chapter 381 agreement based on the incentive amounts determined by the project job creation and capital investment. These milestones sets the foundation for continuous investment and future expansion in El Paso County. I'd like to recognize the collaboration efforts of those of you who have worked with the department in order to bring this project to fruition. And first, I'd like to thank Mr. Varela. Thank you very much, Mr. Varela, for all the work in the unwavering support from you and Mr. Delgado. And then I will also like to recognize the effort, because usually the effort from planning and development from Mr. Gilbert Saldaña, which was instrumental for this project. So thank you very much for that collaboration. Appreciate it. As always, to our legal department, who they set the foundation for the Chapter 381 agreement. Chris, where's Chris?
Right here.
Oh, there you are. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate all your help. And to our leadership for all the support, the unwavering support that you provide to the department. Thank you, Ms. Keller. Last but not least, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Rabin, Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Cabana, who have been a pleasure to work with. Thank you very much for your patience as well. And this project represents a significant opportunity to attract high-impact, capital-intensive investment within the advanced manufacturing sector. The proposed development brings $52.5 million capital investment, 200 full-time jobs above the median county wage, and long-term infrastructure improvements. Interactive support, including the incentive support, includes a 10-year 75% rebate agreement and a one-time tax rebate contribution of $958,988 that will play a critical role in securing the project and ensuring its success and its location. With that, Judge, I'd like to pass it for Mr. Varela to share a couple of words, and then the company as well.
Let me add, you didn't include yourself, Roberto, so I want to include you as well for all your work, so thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Welcome, John.
Judge, members of the commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here again. For the record, John Varela, the CEO of the Borderplex Alliance. It's again a great pleasure to be in front of you again. Another day, another wonderful jobs announcement for the county. And as always, we appreciate the support of the county for these incredible opportunities for our citizens. I also want to extend our congratulations and compliment to Roberto and his team. Of course, our great county manager, Betsy's always there for us. We appreciate you, Betsy, so much, and all the team that you all work on. So thank you so much for your continued great work. And the collaboration has been very much appreciated over the years. So we thank you for your consideration on this wonderful project. And as always, we always are very blessed to have the support of your members, Judge. And again, as always, if you need any questions answered or anything that we can do to help in the future, just let us know. And we, again, thank you very much. But most of all, thank you for the faith in El Paso County from Faith Technologies. It's an amazing company, great people, and we're going to be very, very happy to have him here. Wages that are well above the county median, really a trend-setting wage company. And this is what we've been trying to evolve to. We keep hearing that, and they're going to be a great asset to our community. So we're very, very happy and blessed to welcome you to our great, wonderful place. With that, Judge, Commissioners, thank you again.
I was going to congratulate you, but we have to take a vote first so that we can make it official.
I'd like to just recognize Ms. Sigala for all her work in bringing this project to fruition. And also, I don't know if you want to hear from the company representatives.
Well, let's take the vote, and that way we could make it official and we can have a discussion.
Okay, very good.
Was that okay? Yep, take the vote.
We
Go
have a
ahead.
motion to approve by Commissioner Butler. Is there a second? Thank you. Second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
Mine's not on, so
Jessica, my vote is aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for the vote, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Matt Rabine. I'm the Real Estate Development Manager for Faith Technologies. We're very excited to be in El Paso. Strategically, this is a great location for us. Your strong workforce is a great opportunity for us to help grow, and our education programs are among the best. We really appreciate all the cooperation. You certainly do have a top-notch team here at the county. We work all over the country, and I can assure you that we've been supported, and the support with the partnerships here in El Paso has been phenomenal. So thank you very much.
We thank you. I don't know if you'd like to. Yes, thank you.
Ross Bennett. I work with Grant Thornton. We were the consultants that worked with Faith Technologies on this. We help companies all over the country with their economic development initiatives. And again, just want to reiterate the thanks to the county's team here that worked with us, Roberto, Zonia. They were great ambassadors for your community, and we look forward to being long-term partners within El Paso. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And as always, John and your team, Marco, and everyone else, we always, one of the commitments we always make is it's not just getting you here, but making sure that we're available to have you be successful at what you do. So we want an ongoing relationship and find out what is it that you need to be more successful, and we're very committed. You've raised the bar on some of the salary for other companies, which is really important from El Paso. We come back from years back, it was, always almost a disadvantage of bringing a company in here because of what they were paying. So we thank you, especially for taking care of employees. That's so important to us. As we have a strong county family, we do a lot of things for our employees. And also that helps us to get other companies to do the kind of things that you're doing are very valuable to us. And so we thank you. It's almost like you've given us a sense of credibility of the kind of company that you're bringing here. Let the rest of the world know that we are capable of having companies of your caliber and that we're here to support you, and we wish you the best in everything that you do. But please count on us, and I know through Roberto and his team, and Sonia, anything that we could do to make it more successful for you. So welcome to El Paso County. Thank you. Thank you. Can we take a picture now that we've got you here?
We have one more case, so we'll stay on. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 13C, D, E, and H pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.0725, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 5:04 p.m.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar, 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. Item 14A, discuss and take appropriate action pertaining to the Commissioners Court participation in the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization meetings and the MPO's proposed amendments to its bylaws.
Judge, Commissioners, we're asking for no action on this item at this time.
No action for item 14A. That completes all the items on the agenda, Judge.
Thank you. It's only, well, it's before 6, so everybody have a great week, production team. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:58 p.m.